All right. The ad break should be about over. Hello. I wish I could just fade that out instead of just ending the song, you know? Anyway. This one, yeah. I think. That is loud. Ooh, boy. Let me just grab the volume slider. There it is. And down, please. Here we go. Right, that is where we left off. We had bonus cutscene here. And 4 touches. So... how did this work again? Yeah, that's right. I remember. All right. Where did the sound come from? Same old, same as last time. Yep, those are open now. Let's go. And the earth key and the machine key. Yay! Just at this moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Did we have this already? We had this already. Skip! Oh, this is new. Why is she asking me this? The more I thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. And Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However, Clover's words are barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. I need to make this a bit louder. Oh, you can't even hear it. I'm stupid.
A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Oh. So it's a prosthetic, but he can use it. That's interesting.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. Your levers. Nope. Okay, let me look at the flow. Okay, these are all unlocked now. So the next section I need to do something specific in is this escape section there. The way that I've come to understand this works is if you unlock certain locks, if you hit the right ones, you'll end up unlocking one of these padlocks, which will then allow you to go to a different ending. Aside from the endings that just route you through other parts of the game. Also, now suddenly this is no longer here. Curious. Yeah, human experimentation. Scribblings, rack, cable, blah blah blah. I mean, I can always go back here and see. This key, the shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, turning it on. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of normal subject behavior. Okay. Okay. Thing is on. Don't think it's working, nothing happened. If you can choose the voltage, Roger will do. Max voltage, hey, wait! Ah, shit. Boom! Fire! Fire detected, emergency, blah 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 blah, yep. And there we go. The door. It's green. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ah, she's coughing so hard I can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took so long? I was almost dead. Sorry. You can do this later, but now we need to get the hell out of here. The fire's not going to stay in that room forever. I want to look at something. Okay, fine. Fine. Yeesh. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Can I skip? Yes. Let's skip until something new happens. Because everything else that is in here is already in Evolved. Yep, the roads again.
The key?
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
Seven touched something small and metallic for Junpei.
Nice catch.
Jeez.
We caught it and found that the object was a key.
I see. So this is Jupiter.
Didn't we already have this? On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a ball. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, on it.
Well, I've got something for you too then. Here, it's the Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah, on it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. It felt slightly less than honored.
So how many unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key you just gave me. And the Saturn key card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Ah, there we go. Okay, that part again. Where'd they discover the corpse? No idea. Why not go down the other?
That's a good question.
I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why? Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you?
Yeah.
You did pull them out.
The Saturn key card.
Where are we in the flow graph, actually? I think I can skip ahead to down here, but I did something like back here where I unlocked the save.
And the Earth key. What about him?
He and Sana were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them.
Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now. There was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
Well then.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then.
Yep. Go! Speed! I'm not gonna click on that. As funny as that convo would probably be, it's just too awkward to click on that. Whee! Wee-hee! Well then. That part again. Okay. So I have my suspicions that Zero is actually one of the characters. So I'm gonna still answer, of course, here. And again, I'm sure that that is the case. Move!
It's not wet at all.
Okay, but honestly I'm just gonna skip ahead to this. There appears to be some lock here. The game isn't exactly giving me anything right now. I could do a quick water, let's say. But I don't know. Okay. I'll go through door 6. I wonder if I really need to play all this. I'm gonna try something. Because according to this, the ending switch is actually down here. So I'm gonna start from here. And see what happens. The 9 door. Speedrun! I wish I could just actually skip a bit. Let's see if we fast forward into the knife ending again. Because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to skip. And the ending triggers will still be there. Is it just knife ending again? Yeah, it's just knife ending again from here. Okay. Maybe I missed the triggers in the escape sequences, so I'm gonna go there next. So, because I have those keys. That's the casino. That is the first class cabin. The first class cabin doesn't actually have a key on it, which is interesting. But I'm gonna start from here. Okay. So, engine room puzzle was pretty easy. Right. Right, so the first step of engine room puzzle was go up here, go up there, go through here, go through this one, and then, oh no, go back, go there, then here, right, and then I can get here and get the wheel. And then go back through here. So far this isn't giving me any new dialogue though. Oh, down it goes.
I believe the box has reached the floor. She doesn't seem to be improving.
Okay, stop there. And then we leave.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Oh, this is new. Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to Exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Hayes looked skeptical. Santos nodded at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
So we are at the stage again where the game just gives us trivia.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you. What?
Tis Dari's Tillo. Hello and welcome. I am currently trying to find an ending. This section is new. I assume it is that red key here. I have now every key that I can see on the paths I took. Except for the last two. And then maybe I will not die to knife ending anymore. That would be nice.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment? Huh? Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by Exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that? Huh? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration. Inspiration? Yeah.
Also, this is basically, we are in that experiment.
Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need. So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Yeah.
Oh.
One thing that I'm not 100% sure about is, last time I played, I unlocked the save in the first class cabin escape sequence. And I have no idea if the game gets angry at me for skipping, but I guess the path still winds through that section, so I guess I'll be fine. Gunpei suddenly felt cold, the back of his head was aching, the stomach felt strange. I just hope the game won't be mad at me. Anyway. I guess that was that. Yeah, I could skip, but I could also just solve it again. It's not really that hard. Button. Be nice at me game. Cool. Where did I have to click again? Oh, right here. Oh, dying. Whee! Ah, okay, very good. So it checkpoints everything you've done, and it is nice. I mean, they didn't have the flow graph in the original, so I assume they had ample time to make a good flow graph. Yes, hello. Akane is your name, not June. Whee. Okay, this right here. And boop. It is the puzzle. Ooh. I still wonder what the actual frame story of this game is, because I've not found out yet. Like, all I know is that the game's really, really into, like, psychic abilities. But there's, like, nothing. Nothing in the way of, like, actual frame story. Ah, shit, that was one too far. Whee! Like, all these trivia sections where one of the characters just tells you about random shit, they are all either about the Titanic, or about some telepathy experiment, or something, like, telepathy adjacent, like the whole Ice 9
the door's
story.
open!
All right, Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Like the crystallization of glycerin, I think it was.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids.
Oh.
So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted.
This one's different to last time.
I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else.
Yeah, like... Exactly, no connection, but it knows how to crystallize. Basically, like, the glycerin told all the other glycerin how to do it. It's again the story of that random trivia.
But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Aww.
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with
She
an
died.
effort.
She was killed 9 years ago.
9 years?
Oh,
Rue cry. Rue cry indeed. Why is Rue cry not working? Rue cry indeed.
all right. Let's go.
Time's up ran out. Oof. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. Oh no. Poor Bean.
Huh?
June and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Why is it 9 years? That is like, in any other game, that'd be like, okay, that is a really long time ago, and he still hasn't gotten over it. Give me a second, need to reply to something. Okay. Okay, sorry. My coworker just messaged me, and I had to reply real quick. But yeah, with that game, 9 years is way too sus.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Go! But hey, there was new content. Woo! They are adding information on the second playthrough. Oh no, it's another escape sequence. Seek a way out. Okay. It's me, Itakane. Eat Slick. Eat Clover. Eat Ace. Eat the dead man. Headshot. Get it? Because his head. Seeing the boxes again, Ace's behavior is so weird. They explained it the first time I, like, played through it. Kind of. Like, that he has this condition where he can't see faces. Or, like, differentiate faces. 7. Like, that's my guess that is, like, it with this. That just... He doesn't want to talk about this condition that he probably does have. That he just doesn't want to talk about it. What I wonder more is, like, why is he here? Who is he? And he's definitely not talking about, like, everything. There's a lot of things he's not letting on about. What box am I missing again? Oh, is that one in here already? Oh, there's the final card.
Now we just need to...
Skip again. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
June, are you okay?
Did she touch it?
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
Can you stand?
June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Palm in the
Huh.
ground.
You're still warm.
The temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot, like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. Precisely that, but that's the question with every character. This isn't a weird Saw-like torture game. Yeah, that is true. There is 2 exits. I know that from the knife ending. This game was specifically designed to have every participant survive. So why are they here? What is the point?
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her desk. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
That kind of explains why the fuck he's here.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
Like, regardless of, like, circumstances, like, abducting the president of a pharmaceutical company definitely checks out for whatever this is.
A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces.
Especially with, like, all the equipment lying around here. That is, like, especially with the lab room. With the weird machine that sets the door on fire. That has a theme of, like immoral experimentation on human subjects kind of deal. So having the president of a big pharmaceutical company here is like...
It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Hold on, just like... It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. Practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made the ideal drug. It is a gas at room temperature. Does that mean that is how we got, like, in the beginning of the game you get gassed, and then you fall unconscious in a few seconds. Does that mean Zero has access to Soparil? Because that does fit the bill of what happened in the beginning of the game. Gas at room temperature that knocks you out in seconds, with no harmful side effects whatsoever. Except for maybe memory loss in case of 7. What do you mean that's odd? Is this different from the version of the game you know?
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over to Ice. He seemed to be having difficulty with an unboxing.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June at center.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, and then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
By the way, I think it's kind of funny that the first ending I get in the entire game is the one where I just get knifed to death. Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. Oh, yeah, you're right. He did inject himself with a syringe, and the image they used was of Soporil. And it was definitely room temperature. So unless he found a way to magically cool it down... How far up can I actually go in this log? Not far, okay.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei's, played out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
With the best attempt, he could a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into his hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
Right, this is where that came up.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other.
Booba.
That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Oh, if he does have prosopagnosia. That means... Okay, so I'm piecing things together right now. This guy is the president of a big pharmaceutical company. And the game has already seeded the idea of, like, unethical experimentation on human subjects in several parts of the game. So, assuming that that is true, and they are doing this for a reason, maybe he did some unethical experimentation in an experimental series where Zero was involved. And Zero abducted him to, like, I don't know, some extent. Like, get back at him or something. But even if he knows Zero's identity, if he's seen them before, even if Zero is one of the other 7 characters, he wouldn't know because he can't remember their face. And all they need to do to throw him off is change their hairstyle and their clothing and not reveal their name to him. And he'd have no idea who Zero is, because he can't tell anyone apart aside from their clothes and voices. Sit at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have depressive hypnosis, there would be no doubt it was depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help them much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
I wonder what the 9th man's name is. All 9 box lids popped open and
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
he peered inside. In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Wait, I already saw this, didn't I? Yes. Puzzle time. Okay. 7 to 1 to make 1. 6. Whatever. 8. 3 to make 8. 7, 3, 1 to make 2. And then 5, 8 would make 13. Yeah. 1, 2, 4 to make 7. 6, 3, 7. No. I think I made 7 twice, didn't I? Yeah, I did. 1, 2, 4 to make 7 again. 6, 5. 6 and 5 makes 11, so 2. I could make 8. Oh, if I do 7, 5, that makes 12, so 3, and if I add 9, it just makes 3 again. There we go. 9, 1, 3 to make 4. 6, no. 8, 2, 4 to make 5. Haha! Especially didn't the 9th man say something like that bastard line to me in regards of the bonds? Seems like he was supposed to die. Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like the 9th man was in on this. But if the entire game was designed to make every participant live, and the only person in the whole thing that was supposed to die was the ninth man, that kind of makes no sense. Like, something's bugging me about this. If your whole goal is to make every participant live, why kill off one? Just to tell them how the doors work? To, like, deter the actual participants from trying to go through a door alone? So they know they'll die? But then why murder that guy? I don't know, something seems weird. Hey, does that mean... Ah, we gotta do it again. I'm not solving this again. I'm gonna Google the solution to this grid real quick. Loanari Games 15 puzzle. Yeah, cargo room, storage room, exactly. That is the one that I want. I've already solved this. Yeah, like, you don't want to solve this shit twice. It's really easy, you just need to make 15 a bunch of times. But it took me so long to solve the first time, and I'm not doing it again. 5, 1, 4, 3, 8. I mean, I'd be Googling this regardless of if I was streaming it or not. Let's go. Alright, let's try it. 50 moves! Woo! The Pushmaster 5000. I like half remember the solution for this. That I found last time. I think it looked like this. And then obviously I need to get out of here. So there. And then I could shove that around. Go back up. Shove that in. Yep, there we go. That'll do it. Just be quiet and watch. It's moving. Pushmaster. Whee! Alright. Gun!
Mummy!
Very funny. Gun. I'm not taking the gun again. Okay, good to know. I mean, it's smart not taking the gun. If you did take the gun, you'd introduce a gun into the equation. And at this point of the story, the characters don't know that there's 2 exits yet. So someone might try to steal the gun, murder someone, essentially murdering 3 other people.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Whee! Anyway, it's time to find the 9 door again. What a joyous time.
It
Why am
works.
I in adventure mode again? Because it doesn't let me have novel mode, apparently.
I think
Give me
so.
novel mode. Thank you. Novel mode progresses faster in skip mode. Because it doesn't have to load as many text boxes. Wee! Wee! Like, having to have the extra clear step every time you get the new text and stuff is, like, weird. The coffin! I'm pretty sure that Snake's in there. I haven't figured out where the other body came from yet, but I'm pretty sure that Snake is in there. I just want to believe. Oh, that's a different location. Alternate ending, Pod? Does that mean that in the flow page we now have the unlock? Yay! Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to...
June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right?
Clover is missing. Yeah. I'm like 90% sure she's the one who stabs you in the knife ending. There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the
Good.
frame.
We should thank Seven.
I like Clover.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little
The
green.
smell is horrible.
The tension in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since the last visit. If Junpei had eaten a lunch, he would have difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered her no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. LR, what?
No, she's not.
Oh, was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of drying blood.
Snake. Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake. I am not buying this, I believe. I refuse. I have no grounds to refuse, but I refuse. Pete asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go.
Depends on temperature.
The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The left arm was a prosthetic. This isn't Snake. I was right!
Bones.
Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Good question. Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse...
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
It's not Snake! Woo! Snake is confirmed, not this corpse. Junpei and June headed back to one large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out a shower. Down the hallway they went, searching Clover in every corner. They reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead.
No!
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
But now Clover is dead. This sucks. All sound ceased for Junpei. The word was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. No! She tried once more, then her energy was gone and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't. Now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover.
No!
Why? Why did this happen?
Another bad ending. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath. But she was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. Ah, yes, that! He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile.
Clover!
Ah, he would never see her smile
No way.
again. Except for in a different timeline. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Another bad ending. Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
The answer is no. He had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as some figures gathered
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was
Why
up.
did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. Soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven, There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were two doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was locked in, as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change,
This
however.
is
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Junpei stared at it.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bathroom. A bedroom, not bathroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. So maybe it wasn't Clover who stabbed me. Because if she was stabbed in the back too, like, you cannot stab yourself in the back. That is not a thing you can feasibly do. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds in the corners. His eyes caught the door. The door that led to the passageway of the door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into violent froth.
Oh.
Yeah, it was too much for him and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water, bile spat into the floor. Can we not? He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out of the floor. A pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg. Fucking egg yolk. Egg. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scraps on the floor. Wait, what was one you noticed?
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
Someone stole the 9 bracelet.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out of him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything, in a way. In fact, that was the problem. Something he had expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
7 led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover. What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something.
Sad.
I found this.
He spoke and moved around Clover's head, then knelt down, flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what he meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
7 peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Left.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean? Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Maybe there's 2 words. What else could it mean?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These 2 things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. Right, left, right, left, right, right is what I'd guess, but that's not an option. Whoa! One after another, 8 numbers flashed on then off on the face of Junpei's
Wait,
bracelet.
did it just...
He checked them one more time to be sure. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1438341. 1438341.
Lovely.
1438341.
Indeed. Look, the only device he could think of that requires a sequence of numbers such as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had already opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh. Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Fact 1. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. 9 years? The exact time ago that Santa's sister was murdered? Did she play in the nonary game? The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Snake. It was planned by the following people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO. So that's why the fuck he's here. Gentaro Hongo. So that is his name. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff. Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor. Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Kagichika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive, that innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. The plot! I have found it! So that explains why the fuck Ace is here. To be punished for the other nonary game that he orchestrated. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Savin, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his
Sorry,
vest.
but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
Okay, hold on. So, Gentaro Hongo is Ace. Nagisa is a male name. Teruaki is also a male name, if I'm not mistaken. But I think Kagichika is a female, is a woman's name. Is this maybe that is Lotus? The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by tension like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. Okay, I'm also kind of expecting that the 9th man is one of the other 2 people. And Clover and Snake are related. And if Snake participated in the nonary game, I don't think Clover is going to be 0. Or maybe she could be. she could be Zero trying to get revenge for her brother? But I don't think she's the major shareholder. She wouldn't put her own brother into the nonary game. Especially because 9 years ago, she would have been way too young to orchestrate anything like that. Like, she's underage right now, and it's been 9 years. So, no, she's not involved. Like, she's here for a reason that isn't connected to the pharmaceutical company. So then the question is, if Santa is here because of the death of his sister. I'm just assuming here that his sister also participated in the other. I'm just gonna call it the first because I don't know of any other. So the first nonary game. I'm out of the picture because I'm the protagonist and I'd know if I was Zero. Ace is accounted for. The 9th man, I'm pretty sure, is also accounted for in that letter. If they want revenge on the pharmaceutical company murdering one of the orchestrators of the first nonary game, makes sense, story-wise. Snake is out of the picture because he was confirmed to be an attendant of the first nonary game. He could be Zero, but that's not what I'm going on about. Akane, June, is out of the picture for being a member of the pharmaceutical company because we know her real name. It's Akane something. And it's not on the list. So there isn't a lot of people left who could be the fourth, the other two people. There's only one other female person here, which is Lotus. So I'm assuming that she's one of them. If all of them are here. And then the only other person who is here who could be involved in any way would be Seven.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
And almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. I wonder how close I am. There's a few other possibilities. The R&D guy could be theoretically Santa, and he went into pharmaceutical R&D because of the murder of his sister or something. And, like, I could be wrong about the name being female for the major shareholder, because it's Japanese, and I'm not very knowledgeable of Japanese names. The bell rang 5 times.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got
We don't have a lot of time left.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. But, so for the people who could be Zero, Junpei remembers everything, so he can't be Zero. Ace cannot be Zero because he's confirmed to be the actual target of this nonary game. Snake could be Zero and could just be outing himself as being participant in the first nonary game. Clover could be Zero to get revenge for her brother. Santa could be Zero to get revenge for the death of his sister 9 years ago. Akane could be Zero because she's the only character we know basically nothing about other than she was in school with Junpei in elementary school. And then the others, I'm not sure. 9 is not gonna be Zero. He's dead. And with 7 and Lotus, I'm not sure. 7 has memory loss. It would make sense for Zero to wipe his... it wouldn't make sense for Zero to wipe his own memory. Like, if it's a he'd want to know what's going on. Like, supervise the game. See if the people he's trying to punish actually understand the punishment. And then Lotus, if I'm right about the shareholder being female, and that is Lotus, that would mean she's not Zero. So the likeliest candidates for being Zero currently are Snake, Clover, Santa, and June, Akane.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's application was clear and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed the palms to the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, and Junpei had, as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shown from the red's display.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so as long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance away from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain to their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some
Thanks.
answers.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was sort of surprised, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Asa realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red on his
Sorry,
5
Ace.
on his wrist.
I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number.
No, it would be the face.
There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping one of his beds. One of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware, 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away very awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his
You
ear.
already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Cleaning was not something that I heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the pieces of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well, if the body wasn't Snake's.
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X, Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Oh no! Ace started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Jimpy was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense.
Very good. Perfect. On the other hand, the killer did have prosopagnosia.
They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least two motives.
The Kakuin is alive! Hello! We have good news and bad news in
1. Snake knew about your past.
this lovely. I've unlocked timeline 2. See, this is the part where I get stabbed, and this is the part I am on right now. Turn of events. Clover is dead. Also, Snake isn't. The corpse behind door 3 has a flesh and blood left arm, and we learned, while unlocking this alternate path, that Snake has a prosthetic left arm. So whoever is dead beyond door 3 isn't Snake.
If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you...
Hey, hold on a minute. What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began
The
to read.
nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes went to
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Angie!
That paper is a lie!
Huh? The fuck?
Someone is trying to frame me!
No, you're right. What is up with my audio settings? So I am confusion. Hold on, I need to fix this.
Me. You said me.
Oh. It did the thing again. Where... This should be better. No, it's my audio setup did the thing again where it only lowers the volume for the monitor mix but not the stream mix. For some reason. Now it should be more quiet. But now my voice is technically too loud. It's supposed to be around here. There we go. Haha! That should be good. And yes, Ace is the one who had the idea with the codenames, I think. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off to Junpei to something, anything else.
Doesn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though his switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all, Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I...
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 plus 2 plus 9. 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying
If
fish.
you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, let's go, 7! Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back, laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh boy! Whoa, that's an expression. His face were flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he was reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
The purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary.
It seems nice, yeah.
Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Hi, Spicek. How are you doing? One plus 9. Let's go.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here.
It do.
With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it.
I mean, yeah. It is... Okay, so... all the Nonary game's digital root thing does is it takes mod 9 of the number given to it. 12 mod 9 is 3. 9 mod 9 is 0. Also, 0 mod 9 is 0. There's 2 neutral elements in this game. It is 0 and 9. It's math.
In mere moments. I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around.
Okay, who the fuck is this?
He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open.
Yes, Ace did the stabby back in the other timeline. He had the knife.
He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important.
Well, I didn't know that he had the knife when I made the theory that Clover stabbed me.
I tend to gloss over little things like that.
I assumed she just found a knife.
I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Guy X, gone but not forgotten. Who the fuck was that? Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes,
Why? Why did you kill her?
she was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very... Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
Now, full confession first, bonking after.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He got her by the collar as she passed and threw her on the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
Who was faster? Stab.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. He felt guilt. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. No, you cannot shoot him because we didn't take the gun. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive, that innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, 7, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now?
Zero might actually be either Snake, June, 7, or Clover. Depending on circumstance. We only have a few people who are confirmed to be not Zero. And nothing speaks to the fact that Zero is still alive, so he might be dead. If Zero is one of the participants, there's nothing that suggests that Clover isn't Zero, regardless of being alive or not.
What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
No, he cannot be watching you, he is blind.
Well, I believe I've
Oh yeah, Santa.
confession.
I meant Santa, not
We get
7.
moving.
Sorry. 7 cannot be Zero because of the memory loss. Unless he's lying about that, but... He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you.
Excuse me?
A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Excuse me? He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her, pulled Lotus's back up against him. The same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. The gun! Was a gun, the revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's
If
head.
any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger.
He took the gun!
I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Why is it stopping? God damn it! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here!
More murder.
Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him!
Be more specific. Why wouldn't he say the name? What an idiot.
I had 4 reasons for killing him. As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit.
Snake's VA looks perfect. Nice.
Unless its owner was dead.
Want to plug it into the Discord so we can look at it?
That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago.
Oh, so this is the location of the first nonary
It
game.
was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
Neat.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at
I
him.
don't get your third emote. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them. It was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the goddess never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
What's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at
The other
Ace.
side of door 6. We found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed and showed his snort and gave what a word. And gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
Nice.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Sander, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt that he would pull the trigger. Ace has reached the exit.
Open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But Junpei had laid his hand on the doorknob. There was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry and shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state he was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away. Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jenny, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Got it.
Santa, good boy. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. Could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind
Let's
him.
go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Run! I love Santa's drip, yeah. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
Santa's VA voice to Chocobo in Chocobo Grand Prix. That is perfect. Amazing casting. I look at Santa and I think to myself, bird.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
Vacant. Engaged.
It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Not even counting how a digital route is 9, yeah. Okay, listen. Clover is dead. Snake's missing. Ace is gone. And the number 9 bracelet isn't here. That is not good. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like something hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
It's the coffin ending! I don't fucking know. Junpei looked up surprised. Servant followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Gia, just force open the
You never know
coffin.
till
Why
you
don't
try,
you?
right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Sure.
Who said that?
I forget.
Me.
Anyway, we've got to try.
I said that. Let's go. Junpei haven't leapt at the coffin. They grabbed the hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Yeah.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
I don't know. Seven pointed at the keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei
Is there
wondered.
some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments staring at the coffin, and Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Ooh, gotcha!
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
438 3421.
Get fucked. Reverse Unicardias. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. He checked. Hold up. I wonder why it's these numbers. They seem to have significance.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
With a heavy clunk of the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Ah!
Snake!
He lives!
You? Why? Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. He lives! Unfortunately, your sister's dead. I'm sorry. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin, apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist.
Your favorite character is not dead in any ending so far. He's in this coffin the entire time.
Have I been sufficiently caught up?
There was one thing that kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed up the coffin.
That still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this.
But yeah, so the moment where Snake is trapped in the coffin is here. In between these two. And that outcome is not changed by what route you pick up here. So for the entirety of the game, from after the first doors, he is stuck in that coffin. And also people still died, so this isn't the true ending. I'm pretty sure there's more true endings to be found. This down here feels like the truest of ending. But maybe it's the other one here. We'll see.
Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seems as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence over the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel, almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on the Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he was checking to see if any of them had held anything.
What? What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled at something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0.
0.
Bracelet. What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the
He
truth.
even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Well, I did borrow one thing.
Yeah.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 equals 0. Plus 0 equals 9.
Man, I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the Zero bracelet gets picked up by the Red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the Red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open. Error?
Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the Zero bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it.
They decided to use the following combination. All of them!
Let's try all 3 of us and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
No.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then
Snake, Junpei, and the bracelet.
let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet.
If it opens, the number on this bracelet is
If
2.
this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not.
Then
They decided to use the last one.
let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
Junpei plus 7. 5 plus 7 is 3, so if it opens,
If
it's
this
6.
combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets.
It opened.
First try.
Yes, so it would seem.
The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he
That
thought.
means the bracelet is actually 6.
That is very sus.
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had until recently been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Junpei 7 and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship. They had no time for distractions. Right! The bracelets are on the left arm, and Snake's left arm is prosthetic. He can just take it off and go through the door.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve.
I wonder, did we just kill the others? So, the ones who aren't through the door now. Are Santa, June, yeah. Santa, June, and Lotus. Clover's dead. I am through. 7 is through. The number 9 bracelet is through. Wait, no, not Lotus. I'm stupid. Santa, June, dead, through. I love what these sound like in the background. Running. Ah, yes. Okay. So, went through. That bracelet is technically still there. So is this one. Clover's dead. I mean, a bracelet has to be somewhere, but... So that bracelet is technically still there. There's no way they can make it through that door.
I just take my bracelet.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply remove his bracelet. How? Junpei looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so... How would he done it?
My brother's left arm it's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
You don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward to the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the
These
staircase.
stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Caution, incinerator.
Incinerate? Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant.
It does not.
see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
No, they haven't. They have not told Snake about Clover in this ending.
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and shocked over the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
Okay. With a rumble of an engine motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Hello! He still had the revolver in his hand, and was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was that Junpei saw behind them. Another number 9 door.
Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. And his brain finally began to consider why. The whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What?
Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's
What's
face.
the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh, yes. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his
If you
teeth.
don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2, 5, 7, 4 is 9.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Oh,
Junpei felt a stress. They haven't told you. Yep.
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. but I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake! What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into a hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
That's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly, like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft.
Jesus fucking Christ.
My knife slid in so easily. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday,
Damn.
Perhaps. I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will be
Yes!
7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a glottal growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid! He's screwing with your head!
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake! Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake!
No! Maybe he does die in this ending. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her. She made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the
I
gun.
need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
Corpsed. In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone to and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see as his finger tightened. He could see it begin to squeeze down the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of a hot lead against human flesh.
Bye.
Then it happened.
Kill you!
Not corpsed enough!
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward one step closer to Ace, then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
I said, don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
Five times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone, his legs crumbled, and his broken, battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done.
Kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg,
You won't get away.
and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster!
How is the prosthetic moving?
Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster!
Kick, kick, kick.
Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die.
You're
You can
not
be saved.
wounded too seriously. You shot him 6 times. How is that not wounded too seriously?
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then several others began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in her voices. Their words were strained.
That's enough. You can stop now.
Yes! He's right, Snake. You've done enough!
Come on, Snake. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
Snake turned toward them. He coughed, and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
Apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul. Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung and he tried desperately to swallow, to clear the lump at his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller, and then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force into his shaken, unprepared mind. Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to the sides and was hauling him bodily back to the toward the door.
No! I have to help Snake! Snake, get off of me!
Damn, the voice acting though.
Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds.
There's games that could really, really benefit from this voice acting.
7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? No.
5, 4, 3, 2. One, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. Seven actually just punched him in the gut and dragged him out. Damn! Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
Yeah, you do.
Zero! Why? Why? Zero!
F.
Zero!
That is one hell of an ending shot. Damn. Was it like, yeah, you don't even know who I am anymore. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long she stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Salmon and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. It If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in a large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Scenes! The chapel. He stepped inside expecting to find nothing. But there on the red carpet in the center of the room... June. No codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Connie, okay. Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of her fear upon his heart. She was so still, so very still.
It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. Her back was moving. Slowly it rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Not dead! Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you all right?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold, very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jump. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
And Junpei's crying. Could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. Game over. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why? The wrong path? What are you talking about? I told you! I am not gonna lose! What?
What? There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
What? She managed a single nod. Junpei later backed down gently and leapt for the door. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Kani alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. The fuck?
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh god, no. Where is she? Connie! 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 Connie!
The fuck? His cries split the heavens in themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
This is...
Knockout gas!
white smoke.
Ah, yes. Of course. What? What? Morphogenetic field voice? What do you mean morphogenetic field voice? Are the credits spoiling me? Can I skip them? Who the fuck is morphogenetic field voice? Huh? The end, or is it? Secret Way Out, Secret Order Cozy 9. April 4th, something something. Is this a dead body? It is. Or is it? Yeah, it is, though. Save! Save! I have saved the save ending. Woo! Okay, now we need to go down another path to find more endings. Okay, quick question. Would it be smarter to start from this decision point or this decision point and go into a new branch? I am assuming that if I want to reach the true ending down this path, I need to be playing this one too. Oh, like, this one only has one though. I feel like maybe you can actually just reach this however. And this one is the interesting one. I'm gonna go from here, I think. I can't go into the 3 door.
Well,
But
we really don't have a choice now.
skip. What, even further? But, so first of all, in this decision tree I'm in right now, I cannot, but... Why? Or was there just stream delayed? You were answering my original question of if I wanted to start on the lower branch or the upper branch.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
What? Why?
What?
Sandra grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There are only 3 ways we
I've heard that much.
have 3, 4, or there are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors.
True.
Get it now?
As Sandra finished, June looked over and Junpei's tears welling up the corners of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But yeah, I think we had this. I think this dialogue happens no matter what door you pick.
Hey, come
Out
on.
of those two, at
You're
least.
making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up. We got to split
Yeah.
up. That's
You mean
yeah, probably.
probably?
And I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had this. We've had this exact part
Anyway,
before.
Clover, I think
Clover looked away, Sana for a moment.
Whatever.
It's more for dismissal.
All right, let's move.
We've had this before. Seven took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
It's interesting that you end up with Clover no matter what.
Okay, let's go.
Like, it's forcing you into being with Clover in this part. Neat.
It's open.
But yeah, unless there's some ultra secret up here, it kind of makes no sense for me why you would split off, why you would start even further up. Also, it's interesting that now that I picked the other route, all the keys are locked again. But I guess if I were to jump into this part, which is impossible without doing this lock, they would automatically all unlock again. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Seven and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been deactivated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward the right. Yeah.
Jumpy.
What the hell?
Move! And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Yeet! He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind them. Let's undie!
No time.
That's right there.
Look! The door on the left! I can see the dead!
After what seemed like more than 31 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. There's no time to rest or catch their breath. All three slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little
This is the second
crooked.
time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat! Alright, let's go!
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
She's a lot more high energy in this route. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the door and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they'd faced.
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
Yeah, she good. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
An iron wall. Let's just phase through the wall. Easy. At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. A door! A door! The creak of hinge sounded like a groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
Is it nothing, Junpei? Is it? Is it? A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover.
Oh my god. Clover's curiosity got the better of her. She darted past Junpei to peer at the screen. Ah! A scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse?
It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Weird! As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly she'd approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible from as far away as possible at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty!
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Ah yes, thank you for spelling it out for me, Junpei.
Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt it was a heart. Ah.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't know, Clover.
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Yes.
Maybe it's got more personal uses?
Yes. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Clover glided.
Anyway, how about we take a look around the space?
Moving
Let's go.
on.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Moving on. Next. Wow! Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says kilogram on the display. You think maybe a scale? Maybe. Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. Can't get it on. Can't get under it with no nails either. What? Ah, I missed it. Damn it. Thing's creepy. Wonder what's on the bed. White cloth. Well, remove it. John. Medical mannequin with the guts showing. Ew, gross. Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. Something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force at this one then. We need something smart that can fit into that little hole. Lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful though. There's a scalpel here that looks new. A scalpel. Nice. They use these for surgery, right? Let's see, syringes, cups, a plate, sort of scissorish thingy. A forceps. Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? Murder? What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Fake chest. Maybe you're supposed to heat up something like that gauze to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over here. There's nothing on the lid of the drawers. Alrighty, medication. A lot of medicine. I wonder if one of these is laxative. I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bombs Zero put in us. Unfortunately, damn it. Hair! I don't know what medicine does what here. Locked. I'll probably find the key if you just look somewhere. Let's look somewhere else. Also locked. And that is the entrance. Yeah. No point in going back there. Yep. Fake organ. One of the organs is missing. The organ is... Organ? Really clever. I expected more from you. You could do better. Perfect. If you pull out the lung on the right, there's still more stuff in there. And you kinda slow around you. Yes, organ. Perfect. Just lying there. He is indeed. There's something that looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. There's something that looks like a lid on the front of it. Very helpful. Thank you for nothing. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. There's kilograms, there's a scale, it might be. No, not the scalpel. Ugh. No. Yeah, that is locked, of course. And that one was locked too, right? Yep. Table with scalp and forceps, they are all rusty though. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Would be great if this actually did anything. I am aware he's just lying there, trying to interact. Hello? The ro's empty, nothing here. Huh? I'm confusion. Of course. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Piece of paper. Medical record. New material has been added to the file screen. Cute. Ah. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. Same. Beaker. Ah, yes. It's one of those thingies. Went open, locked, red plate. Went open, locked, blue plate. Went open, locked, purple plate. Of course. A sink. Nothing suspicious here. Well, that's what they want you to think. Oh, it's a... There's a Jupiter key on this. Light switch. Doesn't seem to be working. No light switch for me. Awesome. Whoa. Hey, Junpei. You think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's the NaCl? Salt, huh? Do you think Seven will shrivel up if you put it on him? Hey, you say something? So the salt is meant above 130 minimum, 1 chloride in them. Yes. Iron is 1, salt is 2, water is 3. Carbon dioxide is... Ammonia is and ethanol is blue liquid, red liquid. NH3. Well, that is ammonia. NH3. Can with the spray nozzle says CO2. Carbon dioxide. Let me guess. Junpei, there's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why did you just say water? Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? It does. It stands for ferrum. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the bottle. It says C2H5OH. Yep, that is ethanol. That is indeed. That's right, it's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. Might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. Good call. Very good call. E's for enter, C's clear. So that would be... No? Yes? Yes. Just to illustrate what I did. Carbon dioxide is 3 atoms, ammonia is 4 atoms, ethanol is 9 atoms. Fake heart. That is not how hearts are shaped.
You think we should go back?
That is a incorrect representation of a heart.
That's probably best.
Seven is not following.
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then... he looked up at Junpei distractedly and back down at the brown bottle he had cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it.
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory.
It is the crystallization of glycerin, but again...
crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. Now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. After it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
You mean like it was infected with a virus or something?
Seven shook his head.
Not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then...
well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow.
What information?
How to make a new crystal. Someone had to tell this stuff how to do it, right? Like he just whispered to the EDT in the tank. Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules.
Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway?
Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world.
You mean... like a god?
Or maybe the devil.
Seven grinned. Okay. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Yeah, so...
Jeez.
It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Yeah. The cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. What? Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard.
Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen?
Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how the hell to get out of here first.
He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and filled it after 7. Red! Hey, it turned red! Forget about that. Did you hear that now? Leg! Blue! It's blue now. I think I heard another noise. Red! I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Basic color theory, go! Okay, so that's the Jupiter door. Okay, so we've collected 6 parts of the medical mannequin. The ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Seems like it. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Medical record. A medical record found at the preparation room. It has records for the 2 mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female mannequin named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of the individual parts. Alrighty. The number on here, 51. What's this? Is this the weight? Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it'd be the weight. Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Yeah, well, you know, there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale of to a specific number. I think we're supposed to swap body parts with the Johns. Operating instructions. The screen will display two medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. Oh boy. If I could at least access the file screen while I'm in there. I mean, it says right here 51.3 to 53.2. I'm gonna screenshot this. Or maybe not. There, now it's letting me. I have screenshotted it. Alright, so John is way too heavy and Lucy is way too light. So that means that this heart is the heavier one. So that is correct. The chest. Oh no, that's not the chest. That's the stomach, but that is also correct. And the chest should also be this way around. Okay. Then we have the heavier leg. The heavier legs. Weird. Hey Junpei, just heard something. It came from John's operating stable. You better check it out. Okay, weird. Ah, the lid of the scale. It opened. I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what was in the chart. The heater and the sterilization thingy being empty kind of throw me off, but I guess we solved it.
Hey, hold on.
In the middle of that. Okay. Junpei stopped about to put the key into the knob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be
God
seen.
damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to their operating room. He found her, standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
Wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still, and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she didn't respond. The silence grew heavier.
Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you?
Yeah.
Clover nodded and almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive.
Then it's time to go.
He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. They arrived at the door. She suddenly stopped.
I'm sorry.
What's this? Or was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of it. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing?
I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really. I mean it.
How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue.
All right.
Thank you.
Her smile was weak, was almost painful to watch.
Damn, what the hell took you guys so long?
Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated.
Playing doctor in there or something?
No.
Maybe. Jealous?
Seven avoided answering the question. Please! They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right. I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The Resident Evil door, it's back. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one here there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right. Let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
You found it! Pog! They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
If there is an unlock in that section, I can only see it once I see the respective lock. Final door was hidden in a corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind them and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa? And Lotus too?
They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her and curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There was something in the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Is this still in the... Yeah, okay.
Door 7 and door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this
But this
hallway.
is...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
Looked more closely. Surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded in the silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They put through the doorway into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
Back. In the hospital room.
Woohoo!
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory.
Finally. It is skip time! Woo!
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Yeah. Junpei nodded.
The solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory and the kitchen. Here.
Nice.
The Earth key and the Saturn key card.
With that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah. On it.
Junpei felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter... The Earth key that Lotus just gave me. And the Saturn key card that Lotus said was in the kitchen.
Yep. Junpei tucked the new keys in his pocket. June spoke up.
the Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first word anyone heard of Clover for quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy
What
words.
about door 3?
Whee! Okay.
Huh?
Wee. Hello. Welcome back. We're just going down the other route. And we're currently waiting for the game to progress. Whee. Yeah. So much fast forward. Whee. That is possible. Doors. Ah, yes. Okay. This time I am going to pick door 2.
My choice is door 2.
Sander was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered as it was there. As that did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and
And I
6.
put the one with door 6 on it into the pot.
He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was
I
his.
just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Sanders nodded and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Alright. So we know who's going through door 2. Be me, Lotus, and Junpei. The only problem's the other two teams.
June and I want door 6.
Clover and I choose door 1.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
Everyone was silent. Then suddenly Clover spoke, the face blank and cold.
Why don't Santa and June go into door 1 with Ace?
Huh?
Well,
They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 is 10. Finally,
What
Ace
will you
spoke.
do, Clover?
I'll be waiting at the stairs. You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it?
That had been what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right?
There was no emotion on her face, but it was drawn and pale. And her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. It was Santa who finally spoke.
all right. I'm going through door 1. And alright with you, June?
Yes.
June nodded.
Well, we'll be going then.
Let's move too.
What path did I hit? I did hit the right one. Okay. Interesting. So I would have ended up in this path also if I had insisted on going into door 3.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go.
Interesting. Just like that, the path was
I won't
set.
see June for a while, but this was my choice. I'm just going to have to suck it up. 7 said we'd all see each other again, and I'm going to believe that.
Took strength and thought.
The other group went to A deck to go through door 1. Clover joined them. Our group is on our way too. We're heading to the bottom deck using the elevators. I wonder what we'll find down there.
That means on this route nobody will find door 9. They stepped off the elevator and headed for door 2.
We ready?
Yeah, anytime.
I'll go first.
One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device, and 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen. Insisting on door 3 is a fun choice. I'm gonna take it next time. The door opened, and they leapt inside. Dead time!
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it.
Oh, there it is! It's right there!
Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of the bracelets. Beep, beep, beep. Chunk. Not explode.
It stopped.
Shut.
Yeah, it stopped.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I have heard this line before.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty
Doors.
short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate over it, so I doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
True.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yeah, they seem trustworthy.
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
They definitely seem a lot more trustworthy than, well, Ace. The literal murderer. I've nodded to them and stepped into the room closet too.
I'll try the one next
I
to me.
closest to him. At last, Junfei was left alone.
Well, I guess I'd better get started too.
Wee. Confinement room front hallway. What the hell is this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something? But I guess it's trying to look like water. What is this? A towel stuck on the drain. No water. Sad. Partition. Maybe it's for privacy? Marble. Sun. Doesn't look like one of the doors. Yep. Toilet paper tube. Oh, nice. It fell off. Huh. Handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. Neat. This is a mess. Not even a bed anymore. Can't say I want to sleep there. Yup. Dirty blanket. Nothing else though. What the hell? It's not opening. Something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. I do not trust the drawer. Say something? Nothing at all. Yeah. Next! Somebody made some wavy blue lines in this mirror with blue paint. Blue scarf? No, maybe not. Weird shape for a drain, indeed. And find a knob. Need to find a knob. Got it. String from the wall. Well, if we're pulling the string, there must be a toilet that flushes. A moon? What a filthy, disgusting moon. It's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? Sun, moon... A towel. No kidding, if I tried to sleep here, my skin would dry out in no time. But it's not like I'm that young anymore. That shouldn't really matter. My Junpei, aren't you lucky? It seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry, you're right. This dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. There's nothing in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right there. The handle in the drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It just looks messy. Why did you take it out? The fuck? Look, I don't want to touch anything, and thus I have to. But this is not having this. You can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. I just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine light on. Oh, number... I got to see some numbers. You can see 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. Okay. So Sun 4, Moon 7. Okay. Desk. Oh, good. I mean, no matter how I'll bullet this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. Alrighty. Emergence. Maybe it means we need to emerge out of here? There's a door on the back. I wonder where it goes. I thought of that, but heard a couple of things, but yeah, same result. Guess 7 wasn't about to do anything. Oh well. Okay. So this towel is weird. There's a string at the bottom of the river. I guess I can see that. You're talking about that towel you've got. Yeah, I guess it does look a little like the thing on the mirror. Spring in the towel has got to be indicating that the picture in this mirror. The mirrors indicate the sink, right? But the picture looks like a spring with water. And the sink is all dried out. No knob on this faucet. Okay, I probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. If that's the case. Second time. Third time. Fourth time. Fifth time. Sixth. And 7. Huh? Did you hear something? Loud flushing noise. No, not that. Something in there. Okay. Part of the design of the towel. On the towel, it looks like water is flowing from the river to the spring. Do you think that means we need to make water flow from here? Huh. That's an interesting puzzle. Pretty old school toilet. I guess that makes sense though. The ship seems pretty old too. No water. Okay, so that isn't it. And this one was... yeah, it was screwed in. So here. Right here. I wonder if this is part of the puzzle. Okay, so that one wasn't it either. But it's disgusting. You don't expect me to touch that thing. I don't want to touch it ever. Okay. Yeah, but it's too big. This actually looks more like it's the missing faucet thingy. Like it needs to go on there. Can't see in there. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is again. Makes some kind of weird sound when I pull on that string. The same thing happened in the other room. That means... I don't know, don't you think it's a little suspicious that the other room gave us the hint to figure this one out? The room next door is just like this one, so that leaves the dark room. I was gonna check that anyway, but thank you for the explicit hint. What a surprise. Tiles. There's a tile stuck in the drain. There's no way we're gonna be able to pull it out. Okay. It is a really weird shape. Uh-huh. Same size. When I touch the tiles at the door, there's something weird. You can move these. Maybe if you swap tiles we got with the tiles on the wall, something will happen? Suppose we just need to figure out what the strange designs on these tiles mean. Ha. Weird. (14 = E). Kind of pisses me off. I can see it, but I can touch it. Doesn't matter how many times I pull it, there's no flush. And I feel like an idiot. I wasted a bunch of time because I was determined to flush a toilet. This is relevant somehow. All right. Doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of the thing, and Roddy feels loose. Oh! Now I can build a screwdriver. Lovely. Squeak! Okay, so step 1, combine. Knob. Woo! Screw is driven. Sweet. Nothing in here. Well, maybe the drawer is what we need. The drawer? Alright, let's get the thing out. Yup. Ha. Strange. So, it sounded like something falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. A tile! Boop. Sweet, the handle I got off the drawer fits onto the faucet perfectly. Now I can turn the water on. What are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. The faucet didn't have a knob when you found it, right? Just watch. Any time now. Water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged? Oops, let's turn it off for now. So did anything change? Water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? Haha! Tile unlocked! Junpei put the wet tile in his pocket. Was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you alright?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself onto his feet. To his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale, breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and straining his shirt.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed.
What am I doing here?
Huh?
His word made no sense.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something from it.
It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
Huh?
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi, Light, Nona.
Names! Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
What the hell was that?
Seven's brow furrowed furiously as he ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran his hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
That's right, an experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly by the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling and there was odd twitches to his movement.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Was he in the first nonary game? Or did he set up the first nonary game?
Kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. Couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped.
Wait, under this bed.
He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
The home's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
What exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important.
Okay.
Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah.
That is not a cop outfit. You look like a dock worker.
I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to been it. That's why I went to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship.
Yo! Backstory.
There was a bunch of movement there.
Also, it kind of makes sense why he has to have amnesia for the story to work, because if he just remembered everything, he would have remembered Ace's identity.
Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move. I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun. I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly,
bonk.
A sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug. That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts.
Shit.
Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5 or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it.
I'm pretty sure this is also the incident where Santa's sister died, so that's how he fits into the story. Everyone here was somehow involved into the first nonary game. Except for Junpei.
Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled him and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? Didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
Yo, 7, let's go.
Yeah. How do you like that, you son of a bitch?
Just
finally
tore the thing out.
Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
He fit. Oh my gosh. Junpei waited for 7 to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that 7 had no intention of doing so. He'd gone silent and simply stared off into the air as his eyes blank.
What happened after that?
He waited long enough, but 7 shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too.
That's the incinerator room.
Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Ah, man, what happened to the kids, 7? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. 7's head dropped and Junpei saw under the look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man.
It's fine. Don't push yourself. Going by what he said?
Junpei left 7 to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before? Apparently a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. 7 said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. 7 had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got.
My money is on one of those is Snake. And one of them is the dead sister of Santa's.
Oh, and 7 is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't
can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that?
Before long, Jupiter realized he had spent quite some time deep in
I don't have
thought.
time to just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
Jupiter shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Okay, well, it looks like we've investigated all the rooms. The only mystery left is that door. Alright, let's crack the mystery then. We've got 4 tiles, and there are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall here. Yeah, maybe. That would make sense. So if we replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones that we've got, that should open the door. Oh, by the way, that narrows down our 0 list. So Ace cannot be 0 because he is the CEO of that pharmaceutical company. Then 7 cannot be 0 after this bit. Junpei cannot be 0. The 9th man cannot be 0 because he is dead. He's confirmed dead. You see his glasses shattered and everything. Lotus, Snake, Santa, Clover, and Akane are left. Well, there's only one way to find out. E. Okay, did you just see something unlock? Does that mean we got it right? Yes, it looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an E. I actually just replaced 4 of the same tile, and E is the only letter that's in here 4 times. So if we replace it, that gives up the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. You found it! Woo! E. Where in the flow graph are we? That is not far down. Oh my god. I need something to drink. I'll be right back. The fuck? These rooms are getting weirder by the second.
What the hell is this place?
That's an electric chair. Frog! Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and just stopped short, terrified.
Ugh, this room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door in the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Don't know why I thought this would be any different.
So, what is this room for, anyway?
Murder?
Well, there's a chair in the center of the room.
Oh, looks uncomfortable to say the least. I'd rather not sit in it if I can avoid it.
The back of it was covered in with electrodes connected to the rest to a nest of wires.
Looks like it's placed over some kind of glass panel. Too dark to look through it, though.
Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth.
This isn't dried blood on the tablecloth, is it?
It is! On top of the table there was a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had feeling he didn't want to find out.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are these tools for?
That's not something I even want to think about.
No doubt about it. This room's dangerous. Let's make our search quick so we can solve the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
To leave this room, you have to kill one of your friends. The sun symbol engraved on them. Okay, interesting. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. Yeah, the sudden white flashes, they are so good. We just adjust the switches to match the blocks up top right. Adjust the switches shown at the four corners of the screen. Then press the check button. Jimmy, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. complete the experiment, data must be collected from the subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair. Well, Seven's never gonna fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data. Wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity? This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation, alright? Okay. Fill water tank. Of course they would. All they can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off. Don't say the floor is going to suddenly open up. To press it again. Yay, button! I thought there was a hole here, but I guess it's got a cover over it. You aren't gonna be able to get that off. It's bolted on there pretty good. Maybe there's something around here we can use to get that thing over there. Too dark to see anything. Did I see something shiny in there? Maybe you could. Entrance is locked. Yep. A wrench. Doesn't this wrench look way too new to be here with the other stuff? Yes, it does. I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all. Cover's bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get those bolts off though. Sweet, it's open! The hole's too small, you can't see in even with the cover off. Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Arm. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I can feel something. It's small, cold and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. The sun key! There's nothing in there anymore. Ah. The screen says to fill the tank with water. There are tons of knobs here. Doesn't seem like any of them do anything though. You think it's broken? All of the dials are pointing in different directions. Maybe something will happen if you turn them. Ah, shoot, they're all rusted. I guess turning them doesn't really do anything. Nope, no dice. Hey, you're going to break it. Man, that thing ain't going anywhere. Move. Is that water? What the hell? What's going on? Will you calm down? It's just water going somewhere. It sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor. Oh! Junpei, look! Oh damn, I can see through the glass now. The fuck? Shark! There are a couple of letters in the color of blood written on the shark's belly. EDBF. It's dead. Looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. Whatever these are for has to be in the room somewhere. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. Looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be sent in this specific way. It's locked but empty. Unlock the restraining device to reseat subject. Well then, I guess we just need to unlock the chair. The sun key should fit into the keyhole. Alright, sun key, in you go. And yes! Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the sun key again here though. Just seems unlikely. Alright, sun key, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. I don't think examining the chair is gonna cause that machine to do anything. I should probably take a look at the monitor instead. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject and device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached.
Like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it.
How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful.
Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can solve.
Junpei's right. If we screw it up...
Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock.
I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead.
But...
No one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with.
After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook.
Look, do you think you could do me one last favor?
Don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters. Tell them that I loved them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them.
Daughters? You've got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after... well, some things happened. Their names are Nona and...
Oh, that's why she's here. Okay, she has been officially not unzeroed. It all makes sense, but she has officially been unpharmaceuticaled.
Nona?
Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven told him.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment.
But what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Lotus took a step back from Junpei.
Oh.
Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked, his eyes rapidly, as if he wasn't sure if he was completely awake.
No way, it couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara?
Lotus's eyes went wide.
How do you know that?
Are you serious?
Name!
What the hell is this?
Let's go! Actual name!
There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? Wait, what do you mean that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her?
Seven's brow furrowed.
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago.
Where?
On this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
Look, I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please, what happened here?
Let's go!
Fine, I'll tell you.
Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before, every detail.
But... And then... That was when... From there, it looked like... Just as if... Finally... That's all I remember from 9 years ago.
At last, 7 finished. Lotus shook her head.
Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try and ignore it and move on. A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what happened on my own. I would find out what happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just... Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Have you heard of them before?
Let's go.
It's the first time I've ever heard that name.
Okay, no, but this means now she has been unzeroed.
7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
Okay, so she isn't 0 either. That doesn't leave a lot of people.
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What did they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital.
The hospital?
And for a while, I was trying to get some kind of information out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment?
Huh?
I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling.
What did you call it again?
Oh, the Gansfeld experiment. This is how it's set up. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair, given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it?
Telepathy trivia again.
Telepathy. That's how the experiment on this ship was supposed to work.
The experiment to control people, right?
Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists. But maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceuticals bought into it.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. But Notary game, 0. Why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you.
Right. Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird.
Let's not murder Lotus.
You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's gonna leave you.
Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, like she would have fallen down.
Lotus.
Failure was not acceptable.
Okay, let's do this.
Mm-hmm. No. Maybe like this. It's way too many in the bottom part now. On the other side at least. So close. Okay, this one is correct now. This one isn't. But... Maybe with this one? Maybe we can take them away on the other side. Oh, that does take some away. Huh. Oh, now this looks correct. And this one does too. Let's go! Experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. Release the subject from restraining device. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I think I'll get you out. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight. I don't ever want to see this thing again. Leave! But that was a lot of very interesting lore in a weird offshoot route.
The hallway goes to the left.
Yeah, but I don't see any doors.
Yes, we just need to keep going.
Right. Let's go.
They turned left twice before they saw the elevator.
An elevator.
Just what we need. Let's take this to C deck.
In silence, they jogged up to it. The elevator motor ground away. Before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened. They stepped off.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Junpei, Lotus, and Seven nodded at one another, then took off, running down the long hallway in front of them. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless.
I know where we need to go. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol on the keyhole of that door, and I happen to have the sun key in my pocket right now. This should open that door.
That was why they ran for the central staircase. They'd run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that entered the hallway. The Jupiter door was already unlocked.
Go! Yeah.
Junpei grabbed hold of the doorknob, then threw it open. They rushed through and stopped cold.
What?
The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. Yo! 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood.
Why?
Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. The body felt deathly cold. But his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think, he could concentrate. His mind was blank.
What the hell? What the hell happened?
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movements stiff.
Clover.
He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist.
Nothing. She's dead.
Not again! Suddenly Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, a hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
Hey, what are you doing?
He leapt back. He looked up at him.
The key. Give me the sun key.
Why?
Why do you think we have to get out of here before the murderer comes back?
The murderer?
The murderer, the murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies.
Santa, Clover, 3 people, 3 dead bodies. That means that the person who had killed them was... No. No, it can't be true.
I don't think that works out. Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key.
Let's go!
Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Mourning would have to wait. Soon they stopped in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But
What?
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe.
Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt a twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame.
It's open.
What the hell is this?
Wait, you mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
And how would I know that? Whatever, let's just go.
Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. A Resident Evil door! In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this?
We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, I'm not going back there. There is a murderer back there.
There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging.
I don't see any other doors.
As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as if to illustrate that it was the only door.
No way.
It opened by itself.
It's an automatic door?
Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
Bad feeling.
How could the situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead.
Hit bottom. This can't get any worse. Shit!
Hey, Junpei!
He stepped through the door.
I can't take this anymore. No one can.
And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared.
No. It's a lie. It's gotta be. This can't be real. No. It's impossible. If it's a dream, just wake up already. Someone please tell me it's all just a joke.
Is she dead too?
I'm imagining things. Yep, that's it. This is all obviously a lie. It's a big, elaborate trick. An illusion or something. Or a dream. It's made up.
It wasn't real, right? June. No, the code names meant nothing now. Connie. She's dead too! Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest.
Connie, hang on.
Yup, this is the worst ending. No, okay, you could argue that the one where I get stabbed is the worst ending, but she moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely.
Connie!
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back and to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood.
Man. Connie, there's so much blood. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
It was all he could not... It was all he could do not to break into tears.
I'm sorry.
Her voice was a thin, minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her within...
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
It's the same ending as the last one. Just with more dead people? No, actually the exact same number of dead people.
Thank you so much for everything.
It's just that this time Santa is dead instead of Snake.
I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're going to see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, all right, Connie? You... Ow, what can I do? Damn it!
He looked up from Connie, desperate for something, anything.
What's that?
Submarine? A small submarine.
What on earth is a submarine doing here?
No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Connie. That was the only thing he wanted.
That's it!
Junpei turned his head back to look down at her.
Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No, don't go. Please, don't go. Please, just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When
Connie.
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
It's the same dialogue, but damn, again? Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
Do you remember we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me.
Ah.
I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now.
No. I mean, yes. Yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy.
She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
I feel sleepy.
No, Connie, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse.
Connie! Connie!
time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Kani's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere, he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 2, 3, 4, 5. Rang 5 times, then faded.
5 o'clock.
Quietly, gently, softly, he set Kani down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing, no sign that I had ever been here. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and entered the hallway. What the fuck? His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake. A sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes hit Lotus' waist. A bracelet. It was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. A part of him knew that lump of lead in his chest had once been hard. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes, great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around, the door opened again, and slowly, numbly he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in the front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. Also dead! And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay beyond number 5, the body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room, the body of Snake. The central staircase were 3 more, Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses, those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Kani. And now Junpei would join them. Who then had killed them all? Junpei let out a last breath. Faintly he felt the bubbles creep up on the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. I mean... So... Ace, dead. Snake, coffin. Santa, dead. Clover, dead. Junpei, dead. Akane, dead. 7, dead. Lotus, dead. Ninth man, dead. Whomst? Did they free Snake and he went on a murder rampage? Or is this a different continuity where Snake never got put in the coffin and the person that died in the other timeline killed everyone? But also, how did Akane get into this door? We all die by a yellow submarine. That's a funny achievement title. It's the name of the achievement I just got for the ending. Submarine ending. That is not what I imagined the submarine ending to look like, but okay. I don't know if I want to insist on 3 right now. Because it's going to just lead to this ending again. I also don't want to play too much longer. It's already late. And it is a work week. We could go this path. That is the one path down here that we don't have. Or we could go down that path and just reach the falls ending on this side. I wonder if clearing these will do anything other than just directly cycle back into this. Ah, I'm not back at the start because I didn't choose anything. Got it. Anyway, I saved. And yes, I do want to return to the title screen. Well then. Okay. Anyway, I think I'll decide what order to do the other parts in next time, because it is late. Oh. This is a lengthy game. Damn. Anyway, I wish you good night. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you next time. Have a good night, everyone. Until Saturday. Bye-bye.